Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, made their way to the northern city of... I forget what it was called. I should have prepared that.
Bloodstone Ridge.
Bloodstone Ridge. That's it. Oh my god. Yeah, Bloodstone Ridge is where they found themselves, against the lake of the Sapphire Lake. Near the northernmost mountains of the continent of Ionia. The party traveled quickly on a magical sort of transport. Their driver mostly get them there as quickly as possible. And once they're at Bloodstone Ridge, they made preparations to go up the mountain pass to Lagon's old village. Lagon's old village having been torched and ruined on the night that he left, forcing him to leave, really. Forcing him to jump into the icy cold water of the Sapphire Lake and be picked up by the Anne Bonny. Or the crew of the Anne Bonny, anyway. But he hasn't been back since. And that was 20-some years ago. And so, being back near Bloodstone Ridge and going and finding the mountain trail that leads up to the old village, maybe bringing some traumatic memories back to our Goliath friend. Memories of fire, memories of death and screaming, the same nightmares that he's been plagued with ever since the event. Memories of landing in the water, and perhaps for the first time meeting the Lady of Ravens. The other members of the party, however, have found themselves in the company of a Goliath who seems to be without home and without a name. A man they're calling Hatter. One who seems to treasure every piece of coin that he seems to get. Having lived a very rough existence for who knows how long, his woolen clothing is tattered, his skin sort of weathered with living outdoors for perhaps many years in the harsh winters of the mountains. And with it being winter now, it stands to reason that things are just going to get colder as you climb higher and higher into the mountains. And so, the first stop in this mountain pass is going to be the old village, where Hatter had told them that the dead are walking. Whether it's the ravings of a madman or the truth of an undead curse, it remains to be seen, as the Lucky Sevens are making their way up towards the village now. So, Lucky Sevens, you're approaching the location of the village that Lagon comes from. Just a couple more twists and turns in the mountain path and over the ridge before you get there. What do you do?
Lagon's on alert. Trying to see if he can spot these areas where the dead or are supposedly rising from the snows to return.
As is Vanya.
Okay. Okay. Keeping an eye out as you're walking through. You haven't seen any sign as of yet, and you're getting closer to the village now. You don't hear much in the way of wildlife either, as perhaps all of the all of the wildlife that would be in the mountains at this uh, during perhaps the summer have already migrated away, and thus you're finding the days to be rather quiet here in the mountains. You hear the wind rushing. You hear the the sort of atmosphere almost echoes as if anything that you say or do will be heard and echoed throughout the mountains. It's very quiet. The winters have always been very quiet. And so when you come up the ridge and see the the small valley where this village was, you see ruins, stone buildings, and that stone walls that may have stood the test of time, but anything made of wood, made of uh, like straws or grasses or anything like that is completely withered away. Window frames no longer have window panes. You have simply a stone wall that had been erected to brace against the weather, and even that is starting to crumble now. Snowbanks have pressed into the walls where it looks as if nothing has walked through these snows for decades. You see trees have begun to sprout again around the village, the sort of evergreen pines of the mountains. Some of them rather tall, some of them sprouting very short. Some of them creeping and sprouting inside the old buildings, including Lagon's old home.
Arya is she's gonna approach Lagon and just kind of stare at all the different things, these crumbling walls and buildings, check out the patterns upon them. Um she's gonna turn to him. Maybe it's a bit much to be asking this, but what was it like before?
This was once a vibrant, healthy village. Elders tending to their daily routine. Children running, playing, learning what it means for our way of life. And everywhere that Lagan looks, there's an image of his youth transfixed with that night. He fled to the Sapphire Seas.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Out of curiosity, can I see if I can locate any sort of like remaining objects from the past? Like live like remnants that haven't quite decayed, like personal items of the villagers or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Make an investigation check.
Okay, one sec, I forgot to grab my dice.
Okay. What is
Alright,
everyone else doing?
That would probably be a good idea. Dice are usually needed when you play games like this. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Guidance.
Oh god, it's gonna be one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, possibly.
Yes.
I've got my dice,
I got mine.
including my spiky boy, the one I roll for
I-
everything.
All right. That is gonna be a 13 plus. What do I have for investigation? That's
Add a
13.
D4 for guidance.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and take that. That's a 3, so 16 plus my investigation, which is 0. So it's
16.
just a flat 16. Yep.
Okay. You kind of walk through the village, much as Lagon is, kind of all of you branching out a little bit. Arya being very focused on investigating, seeing what she can find, and Hatter is also kind of doing the same, but he seems very on edge. And Arya, when you come up to one of these ruins, it's basically half of a house, half of a single level house that was built with stone walls, wooden floors, with wooden and thatch roof that is all crumbled or charred, because you do see a lot of the wood has been burned away. That there was a fire, at least at this building and among others that you walk past. And when you go looking for personal items from anyone who may have remained, who had lived in this village, the only things that survive really are anything made of stone. So figurines made of stone and precious like semi-precious sort of like quartz and other such more valuable rocks. Anything that was made of metal is warped. So things, unless they were like steel, and even then, that's begun to rust and decay as well from the time unused and uncared
Okay.
for.
So this is going to be an odd question, but can she find like a small carved figurine, almost like a little doll or something? Is that something she'd be able to find within the rubble?
Yeah, the village, they do revere the gods as much as the rest of the country does, and so you see figurines of Palor, figurines of the Wild Mother, all sort of in that very sort of low detail sort of quality, and they're kind of dusted over with a bit of ash, which you kind of wipe away some of the ash on a figure that you're looking at, and you can tell this is a representation of the Wild Mother, because the Wild Mother represents both life and the continuation of life, so fertility and crops and things like that. And you see that that as you're dusting some of it away, there may have been kind of a flower wreath that had completely just withered at your touch as soon as you touched it. That was around the head of the figure. There's no real details to the face or anything like that, but it's just a figure, kind of in a cupping hands sort of position, kneeling, with kind of bulbous hair and sort of kind of a plump body. So that's kind of the common depiction of the Wild Mother.
She'll pluck it out of the snow from its from this place that was just on the ground, noting that the altar that it once stood upon is completely crumbled at this point, smashed in. And she will wipe the figurine clean, the ash and the dust carefully, seeing it made of a fine marble. And she will return back to Lagon's side, still holding it. She'll just take his hand and place it gently inside, cusping his. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Lagon's going to start investigating and seeing if there are any of the remains from his fellow villagers.
So that's where we're at. Sorry, we're at Lagon's village.
Yes, you
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to double check because I wasn't sure exactly where we were.
Lagon's old village.
I hit things and I don't do much else. And I get punched in the face.
For saying hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sir, why are you raising that hammer up? No, coffee? Be afraid. I have D6s and you know I know how to use them.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Oh god.
Sorry.
But that being said,
I'll kind of walk up next to Lagon while he's poking around and try to help him out a little bit, being as gentle as I can.
okay.
Yeah, Vanya's looking into some of the buildings very carefully, just staying on guard.
For more of the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll call this a group check then. So everybody roll perception.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I get to use a new modifier.
Yep. This is
This is just an excuse to talk to. I was just using it as an excuse to go up and talk to Lagon.
You can do that if you want.
24.
Alright, perception?
Yep.
Yeah.
11, my guy.
Yeah.
Nope. I am talking to Lagon. I'm not paying attention to shit.
Is this perception roll based on sight?
Yes. So you'll be able to roll at advantage.
Oh.
Wait a minute, the second roll was a 2. 17 for that one.
17. Okay.
26.
Okay.
I had made myself roll at disadvantage just because I knew I was going to be talking. I rolled in a 1 and a 2.
Oh,
So I was
no.
fucked either way.
Well, everybody's kind of walking and talking and kind of perceiving at the same time. So it wasn't going to be something I called for disadvantage for anyway. But
I was doing it for flavor because I thought you were going to make me investigate. So
I'm making everybody do everything. So this is a group check. So it's based on number of people.
Investigation's -2 to me, so that's why I was laughing.
No, this is gonna just be a group check where number of people succeeding versus number of people not.
Yeah.
And
I'll walk up to Lagon. You alright, big man? I never really knew my true homeland, but if I lost it like this, I think I'd be upset.
Oh. Lagon does not actually respond. He just looks down at his ash-smeared hands and then covers his face, looking at all of the devastation of this once thriving community. No one is apparently survived. Everything is in ruins.
I'll just kind of put a hand on his shoulder.
And as you do that, you see a single tear roll down his cheek.
Have hope, my friend. It's just because we don't see anybody here doesn't mean that nobody made it. You're still alive. There should be others.
They've had 26 years to make themselves known. And as of late, the only rumors and rambling are those of those shambling through here at night.
Which, as you're investigating Lagon and Vanya, you would start to see footprints from bare feet.
Of a similar size?
Similar
to
size.
mine?
Mm-hmm.
Lagon is going to begin tracking the footprints.
I'll help.
Vanya's right behind him.
They do seem like they're a bit old, so they're maybe like a few hours, maybe from the previous day.
I am going to track these as far as I can.
I will assist.
And-
Vanya.
Okay. They're not hard to follow because they're kind of deep into the snow. They kind of resemble a little bit of dragging your feet too. You see that eventually, when you follow the footprints going back from their origin point, you do see that that there is a sort of opening in the snow that maybe has had a little bit of snow covered back into it, but looks as if something that had been buried under, feet of snow for quite some time got out of the snow and walked away.
Lagon is going to use his drift globe to send into the hole to determine the size of this space.
It's not very big at all. It's barely even big enough for a person of your size. And so when you investigate it, it's a couple of feet in deep packed snow, and then you find the earth underneath that, and the remains of charred clothing.
Any amulets, trinkets, earrings, jewelry? There wasn't a lot of wealth in the town.
No, not a lot of wealth. So anything of any kind of precious metal isn't present. You only find like the remnants of clothing that had been burned, and maybe this particular chunk didn't burn all of the way through.
Well, if there's not a lot of precious metals, most kind of cultures like that, they might be using bone as decoration and other things that are readily available that they can carve into things instead of that are worth money.
As far as jewelry is concerned, yeah.
We used primarily bone and other natural materials. There was some wealth, just not a lot of it as far as physical means for this community. Most of their wealth came from the town below and guiding people through the mountains.
And that was primarily an early winter and late winter sort of venture.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it came to
the depths of winter, there's just no passing through these mountains.
Oh yeah.
Okay, is there any very tall trees around?
Oh yeah, plenty. Lots of pine trees.
I'm going to scale one and just try to get a look around.
Okay.
Look for the spruce or the cedar, not the pine.
Yes,
they'll tend to snap.
Pine is a little too flexible. I've done this once or twice, so I don't know if you can.
Yeah, there's pines, there's cedars, there's spruce, there's all sorts of evergreens just present.
Yeah, I'll go after one of the sturdier trees and go up.
Hell, man, I'm not familiar with what kind of trees you come from.
I'm more of a...
He's a desert dweller. He doesn't know trees.
No, I'm more insinuating that I might have seen something like this before because I'm old.
Mm-hmm.
I might have
Fair.
done this once or twice.
Climb trees for sure.
Lagan is just insinuating you haven't seen anything taller than a cactus in years.
That's
Eh,
probably true.
some of those cactus get to 10 feet tall.
Yeah, but they're not the most common cacti.
I saw a lady that grew one in her front yard that it got like 20 some foot like shot up overnight 20 some foot.
Wow.
Mm.
Jesus.
Hot dang. But yeah, there are plenty of very tall, evergreen, very sturdy trees, kind of dotted throughout the whole village, that kind of seem to be overtaking the village a little bit. And
Yeah, I wanna see like we followed the footprints back, but I want to see if there's any other well-worn in paths, anything of note, any kind of like, things that we should be checking out.
mm-hmm.
I just want to get a good lay of the land.
Okay, so make another perception check then.
Okay.
There's another tree over there that was used by our scouts.
That
To your
would
right.
be a 21.
21. Okay. You kind of get a bit of a bird's eye view of the village. You see your companions, and you can see through the tops of most of these buildings. There's no roofs to speak of in any of them anymore. All of them are kind of look like they were once covered in char from fire, but have since kind of had some of that dust away as snowfall comes in and out.
Yeah.
So, you see that when it comes to paths leading up to this place, you see sort of the main path, which is still fairly often used in going kind of nearby this village, but it doesn't really pass through it anymore. You see that even that any of the roads or paths that might have been in this village, as far as well worn, over time sort of thing, are
They've
now
been reclaimed.
it's all been kind of reclaimed by either the earth, the snow, or the trees, or whatever else has crept in of a natural sort of variety. But the thing that you do see that kind of stands out is Hatter is kind of curled in on himself and is starting. It has kind of dropped to his knees and has like planted his face into the snow.
Excuse me. Hatter. Sir. Are you alright? Is everything fine?
No, nothing is okay. Nothing's fine. Nothing's fine. They're gonna be here any moment.
How do you know?
I know these things because I see them. He looks at you like with a wild expression now. I see them.
See what? I don't see anything, sir. Look, we're completely safe at the moment.
No. We're out in the open. We have to leave. We have to go now. They'll be here any moment. They're going to kill everyone.
I don't think so. Look,
He doesn't seem convinced. He starts to dart off.
Hey!
Vanya's gonna give chase.
Wait, both of you!
All right. So, Vanya, what are you doing? I guess this is going to be more of a. I'm going to call this an opposed athletics check just to see if you can outrun him
Okay.
and catch up.
Okay.
So, a single check.
19.
Okay, that beats his 13. You are able to catch up. You can do whatever. You can attack him. You can grapple him. You can pin him to the ground, prone him.
She's gonna go for a grapple and kind of just hold him still to try and drag him back.
He's thrashing to try and get out of your grasp, so another
Can I
athletics.
catch up and help?
Yeah, you can catch up and help.
Yeah, I would have. I've seen that. I was like, and I would have hopped down out of the tree and took my old ass into a jog and eventually caught up. And I would give this man a hug.
He's just screaming, "Get off of me! Get off of me! Leave me alone! Go away!"
Sir, calm down. Whatever you think is coming, we can protect you. And I'm basically going to be like, kind of like, just probably holding his arms with one hand and like kind of petting his head with the other, trying to calm him down. Look,
So
we are very
He's
strong.
still very much thrashing against you. Not successful, because he's not a very strong man.
So for clarification, did we get a long rest after the last episode?
You would have had a chance for it, so yeah, you can long rest.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of turn him around and like basically be holding his arms. Look at me. What has you so afraid? Tell me.
They're coming. They're coming, and I can't stop them. No one could stop them.
Who's coming?
Stop who?
He's now speaking a little bit incoherently. He's gone into a bit of a psychotic break.
Lagan is going to reach out and cast Calm Emotions on Hatter.
Okay,
That's a charisma save.
that is a failure.
All right.
I love it when you roll that and you like, yeah, I don't even need to add that up. That's no.
because all of his stats are basically flat d20. So
Yeah.
So Lagan is going to suppress the fear and anxiety coming off of Hatter from this.
which kind of has him melt in a bit of a heap at the moment, because that was the only thing
just
fueling him
holding
for now.
Yeah, I'm holding him and like basically going to take him up into a cradle if I have to.
This is only going to last for a minute.
I'm going to take him over and sit him down. And I'm going to put... Oh, sorry.
No, go right ahead.
No, I'm going to basically sit him down and kneel like in front of him and just kind of take his his face, like a hand on each cheek, and like, tell me what makes you fear this. We will deal with it.
I don't. I can't.
I need to know. I can't do anything to help if I don't know.
It's... They're all dead.
They're my family.
Then
What's
you're...
left of it.
Then... just kill me. It's my fault.
Why would I kill someone in my home?
The Raiders. I ran.
What?
I ran, and they're all dead.
You survived. And Lagan is going to put his hand on Hatter's shoulder. I ran too. It's the only reason I'm here.
I don't want to remember.
And the hut that's closest to them, Lagan points to, was my mother's, was mine. This is my home. So who are you? If you're from here, Your family. I need to know.
I don't know. I forgot a long time ago.
It's been 26 years for any of us. I don't know what you see when you look at this place, but I know what I see. And everywhere I look, I see fire. And the screams of my mother telling me to run.
What was your
Head for
mother's
the
name?
sapphire sea. We have not given her a name.
Sounds like a good time.
Yep.
I will leave this in your hands, Coffee.
I am terrible at coming up with names.
I
Would you
I
like
will help.
I have one.
I have a random
Right
name
out the gate.
generator. Okay.
Freya.
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 Yes.
Freya, I like it.
Hmm.
It tickles my mythologies.
Freya Calasiano.
Freya. I remember her. Long black locks.
Yes.
Her markings delicate, intricate. Strong woman. A warrior. She was my captain. I was but a scout. A pathwalker. That's what they called us. Pathwalkers.
So you were the scouts. You were one of the only surviving scouts. Which means you'd be older than me, too.
I wouldn't know.
You'd have at least been in your teens to be with the Pathwalkers. Training for a job, if not having one. I was in training, yes, but still too young for any position.
You were a wee lad. I remember.
You couldn't tell it by my size.
Shot up
Most
like a
still
tree, you
can't.
did. Freya's firstborn.
Lagon just simply nods his head.
Son of Mothak Kilingiano.
Yes.
I see their faces.
I see them every night when I close my eyes.
I saw them die. It's my fault. I should have warned the village sooner.
What was your fault?
I saw something in the dark on the horizon.
Who? What?
Torches. Torches marching up the path at night. I thought maybe they were Bloodstone people.
From the direction of Bloodstone, then.
There was only one path in and out. And next thing I knew, torches were being tossed at homes. Arrows shot into people's backs. And when I looked at them, they were no giant kin. They were orc.
Orcs.
I had forgotten. I didn't want to remember.
I need you to.
Or Gandalf. Dressed in black to blend in with the night.
Orcs from the Bloodstone crept through here at night and torched and slaughtered our village.
I'm but a madman. I don't even trust my own memories.
The terrible things that we've gone through and survived are make us who we are.
I am just a hatter now.
You are more than that. You are more than just your memories. But they make who you are. And right now, I need you to do the best you can to remember. As terrible and tragic as it is,
No, because they're going to come back. They'll be back
if
to finish both of us off.
they'll have a hell of a hard time doing that with just me alone. Forget my friends. They'll have a hard time taking me down alone, no matter how many of them there are. But don't count my friends out either. With them, there ain't much that can take us out. They'll protect you, but you have to share as much as you can, as much as you remember.
That's all I know.
It's my history. It's my history too, sir.
That's all I
won't
know.
let them take you.
Roby's going to dig into his pack and pull out his flask and hand it to the Hatter. Here, take a drink of this. Steel yourself.
He takes the flask and kind of sniffs it and takes a really big swig of it.
Think of that as liquid courage.
Lagan is going to take out one of the spears that he's been carrying, not the broken, one of the 3 that are still intact, and give that to Hatter.
And he
It's
takes
not
it.
much. Go ahead.
Oh, he takes it in his hand and almost like he knows how to use it. Kind of carries it and holds it close with purpose.
It's not much, but it's at least a bit that I can offer to defend yourself with, so that you're not solely reliant on us.
We also have. We could give him armor too, if he wants it.
Did we never sell my old chainmail?
Well, no, we have light armor in our party thing. I remember
But
that.
is it standard humanoid or is it giantkin size?
I think it was standard humanoid.
And if it's not
'Cause-
magical, it doesn't resize. So.
Never
Yeah.
mind. I forgot. I didn't know he was a giant.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm.
he's a Goliath.
That's why I was asking specifically about the chainmail that we used, or that Lagan was using before he got his new armor.
I don't know what we did with that. I don't think we did anything with it. It
I
might have
still
just.
have it in my bag at this moment because nobody ever
Yeah.
told me what we were doing with it.
Yeah,
So,
I say, like I said, I don't think we did anything with it. So
Yeah, I don't think we did anything with it, so.
all right, Lagan will set his pack down and pull out the old chainmail that he was wearing before all the festivities in Combe got new armor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you feel about Melora, but she's always had my back. So, and he starts pulling out the pieces to help Hatter put them on, so that he has armor.
He would accept it, but you also kind of look at him and kind of realize that maybe he's not too familiar with how to wear chainmail or how to use it properly in that kind of case because he looks uncomfortable in it.
That's why Lagan is helping put it on, the padding that goes underneath, so that it's not rubbing and chafing or catching any loose hairs it might have, and yanking them out, and such. The gauntlets, he's helping him put on everything so that he knows what it takes to take on to put on, and he will learn eventually what it takes to put off. But he's not walking around unarmed and unarmored at this point now.
You any good with a bow?
I'm excellent with a bow.
we have those two.
Vanya's gonna
Oh.
pull out her old longbow.
I have a crossbow that has never been used, and the 20 bolts that go with it have never been touched.
He'll accept either one, whichever one you want to give him. So
Well,
It makes me
again,
feel another one.
it's his choice because we have 500. Oh, those are light crossbows, and we have 500 bolts in there.
okay, yeah, he'll take the crossbow with plenty of ammo.
Yeah.
There. Now you're armed.
I definitely worry about keeping yourself alive more than fighting, but it'd be better that you can defend yourself.
It's been so long since I've ever done such a thing. Didn't even remember until now.
It's like riding a horse. You never forget. It may take you a few bumps on the head to remember, but you'll pick it up again, I'm sure.
Depends on how
The
much
way
the
you,
horse likes you.
Seeing how well you handle yourself with the spear, and javelin, I'm fairly certain you'll be able to pick it up again.
I'll do what I can. Can't promise anything.
Well, hopefully it won't come down to that with a lot of us here, but just in case.
Just don't get ahead of me. I'm usually up in the dangerous bit, so
Yeah, he likes to go head to head with them.
You're
Literally.
mad.
I'm old and stupid. They've told me this many times.
As I
And
said
Lagan,
before, we're all a little mad.
we're never gonna survive unless we are.
Mad the
And
lot
while
of you.
you're trying to keep an eye on him, keep an eye on that one, specifically pointing at Kinwin. He has a habit of falling into their presence. I don't know another way to. If anyone's going to start doing their bidding, 90% of the time is him. It's not because he chose to. I promise.
He's got a string of bad luck that we're trying to break.
I know all that all too well.
Or he dies. I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag.
Died.
Yeah, hopefully his latest.
Well, I got better.
I'd rather not have any more unnecessary conversations with the matron of ravens, if possible.
Hopefully his
From
latest
anyone
version
in
of
this
death
group.
broke that bad luck streak.
No, you don't want
And
to
he's
see her.
looking at everyone in turn, including Hatter.
You don't want to meet her. Meeting her at the end is means you did bad. You have to pay your penance.
I've had enough dealing with the one god that I have to. I don't know if I want to talk to another.
I'll trade with you, Karube.
No, I'll take the devil I know.
Not the devils I know.
No. At least me and him, we see eye to eye. We have a similar
How is that
outlook.
possible?
No, it's a matter of
And you
speech.
see him raise his hands so much higher over his head, and then take his other hand and put it down closer to his ankles. How do y'all see eye to eye? That's kind of an impossibility.
You'll take it too literally. It's a figure of speech. It means that we like and want the same things.
Strange bunch you are.
Hatter will soon figure that out if it's already, especially with Lagan speaking as if he speaks to not only the Raven Queen, but to Melora as well.
We should go. We should get out of here. Night will
Well,
come and the
you-
dead will walk.
We've taken on the undead before.
I hope we
take
run
care
into
of
them
them.
then. We can put them to rest.
For now, you need to show us how to get to this cave.
The mine.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, before we do that, Big Man, if it is
Yes.
your family that's walking around, I'm talking to Lagan,
What not me?
Mm-hmm.
do you want to stay here for the night and make sure they come to us so we can lay them to rest? It's not going to be a pleasant thing, but
There's only so many places they'll go. There's, as you can see, the trails have been reclaimed. Only the main path through the pass is still to go from Bloodstone to Silica.
well, whatever you want to do, this is... I know you would all do the same for me if I needed it. Whatever
But
you want.
Lagan is going to go to that area
Mm.
where Arya was cleaning up the shrine to the Wild Mother.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, which one are going to do? Is that it? I was thinking it was ceremony.
Ceremony is there's a blessing.
Yeah.
And if they don't exactly have it like rules as written, most DMs will let you, do something similar with ceremony.
Yeah, he
Coffee
was.
is a benevolent god. I'm sure that he can work something out with
Yes.
What you planning on doing anyway? Yeah.
At least for that area where the shrine to the Wild Mother is. In this area, so that there's at least 7 days.
He wants to consecrate.
Oh, that's usually hallow.
Yeah.
And hallow is a bigger spell, but for
Hallow.
yeah, hallow is
Hallow
what you're
is
thinking
one
of.
I believe. I believe that's the one I was looking for. Hallow. I think. Give me a second. I think that's a level of spell above where I'm at. Because I can't find it. So.
Yeah, because ceremony only affects a creature. If you're talking about a corpse, you're thinking of
A ceremony again.
no, it's a gentle repose, and with with ceremony too. But yeah,
well, funeral rites is
with ceremony. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a 7-day ritual.
Yep. Same with the gentle repose too. But to consecrate ground, that's hallow.
Yeah, hallow.
Yeah.
I'm not high enough level for that yet. So
Nope.
yes, this will be on our spots of we are coming back, or at least Lagan is, because Lagan's going to take care of this once and for all.
All you have to do is tell Kurobi that you want him to come help you do something with your homeland.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is for later, but yeah, because I can't do it right now.
Like I said, Kurobi said, he knows that if something was up with his family, you all would come with him. So
Yeah.
the least he can do is return the favor. Oh, you all got to meet his family.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much he trusts you all.
Fortunately, you'll never.
But yeah, if we're going to push off to this cave, Kurobi would be out front. Probably with either like Vanya backing him up, watching, so that both of them can keep an eye out for things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you're not casting any spells. You're just moving on.
I'm not going to be able to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I did, it would be ritually anyways, which would take an hour.
Yeah.
And 10 minutes. So. Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be ceremony, and ceremony's casting time. Even just the base spell is an hour.
Yep. So, yeah. We're just going to move on from.
All right. Moving right along. So, Hatter kind of leads the charge, in a way, kind of serving as the guide to through the sort of snowy mountains, and you kind of get an understanding that this is a bit off the beaten path when it comes to this mine, because again, it's one of those things that were built way back when, and then thus abandoned, either because the mine ran up and dried out, or there was something catastrophic that may have happened that caused people to just abandon it without any further thought. Either way, Hatter tells you that was decades ago, that anyone had even used this mine for its purpose in that time. And so the kind of guiding you through the mountain woods, kind of helping you travel through the snow and through the sort of rocky terrain that you're coming across. You spend a couple of hours kind of wandering the woods in a way. You feel like you're not really making a whole lot of progress because the terrain is very difficult.
Probably would help push through the snow, though. He's stronger than most, so.
Right.
Would this have been long enough for Vanya to have gotten used to it? Because that's how we were ruling it.
It's still pretty new to you. You haven't really immersed yourself in the snowy mountains of Ionia to really understand the terrain yet.
Okay.
But it is tough.
Can do anything to help?
You have a decent wealth of knowledge when it comes to the mountainous terrain, but as far as granting any kind of advantage like a ranger would, sadly you don't have the skills for that.
Could I try to brute force and basically bulldoze a way through the snow?
That's essentially what you're doing. Yeah.
Okay.
You're already kind of doing that to kind of get through this
okay, just
very
I was
tough terrain.
trying to make it everybody else easy for them.
Yeah. They're kind of following in your footsteps in that way, to kind of muscle through. I mean, the snow's not very deep at this time of year. It's only like maybe 6 inches or so, because the depth of winter hasn't set in yet. It's only the early parts of winter. But it is still clogging through snow, and if anyone's clogged through snow even 6 inches, it can be a little difficult on the ankles. So
feet will hurt in ways that you never even knew.
Never even thought you could. Exactly.
It's like going on sand.
Yeah, it's very similar to sand in that way.
I've got a book on moons. Maybe I can peruse it to see if there's anything that might help us traverse it just a little bit easier.
No, as far as that goes, the best it can do is tell you what to expect as far as wildlife out there, but as far as travel ease, that's something really only a ranger can do. And from what you suspect about Hatter, he's not exactly a ranger.
Theory and practice are two different things.
Yes, theory and practice are very different things. But no, you get the sense that he has a difficult time trudging through this snow a little bit. So it's slow going, and it's mostly because of how rocky and how overgrown with trees and underbrush and snow in that underbrush, and it's a mess. Being off the path is hard when it comes to
Could
this.
I carry anyone on my back if I was a medium beast?
You could, but you'd still be traveling at the same speed.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, because over the course of time, there are plenty of animals that you would be able to spot, given especially that you have a very you have very keen goggles that help you see the great distances. So you occasionally spot the kind of animals that would be out in this place. So you do have them in your repertoire now. But as far as being able to utilize that body yet, you haven't had any practice using it yet. So if you wanted to be a mountain goat and traverse the mountains, sadly you don't know how they do that yet, because you haven't practiced.
I was actually looking at a giant wolf spider. One of their environments is forests, and they have a 40 climb foot speed.
giant wolf spider is big, but big enough to be a rideable beast.
By something small.
Yeah, maybe for somebody small, but not Lagon. Lagon would be much bigger than you. Because even a giant wolf spider has spindly legs. But yeah.
Poor kitten would be crushed.
Crushed like a spider.
Yes, and kill it with fire, like afterwards.
But yeah, you're more than welcome to practice your forms to be able to understand, the animals that you spot in the forest, but you're still traveling at the same speed, so.
As we're walking though, I want to practice with Lagan just talking in giant.
Okay. That's fine. Perfectly
Just
fine. Hatter will be
like
able to
working
overhear
on.
you, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, even if Hatter chimes in, I speak a little bit, learning, kind of in giant.
Very, very,
Yeah,
very staccato sentences.
Yeah, I'm very much I'm learning. I have like the structure and like the big words, but I need to learn how to say things properly with
You say a
nuance.
sentence out of order. Yeah, it's.
Yeah. I sound like a drunk Yoda.
You sound like a tourist, is what is what
Yeah.
he thinks. A tourist who has learned the language from a book, which is exactly what you are.
I tried to learn from the book and then I went to Lagan
Mm-mm-mm.
because 6 intelligence.
Mm-mm.
Fair.
Can actions in the game affect our stats? Like if we climb a bunch, that would seem to suggest that like it should increase our strength.
That's
I
the
would say
level up
I
thing.
would say that justifies your ASIs going into those stats, but as far as progression beyond that, it takes downtime, which are downtime activities, which are rules in the book. But as far as that goes, you've really only had one instance, maybe two, of actual time spent not really doing much else, which was back in Combe when you were on house arrest, basically, and the drive up from the port to Bloodstone Ridge. Really, the only instances that you've had really any downtime that you're not exerting yourselves for yourself. So, but ASIs do come with character progression, and if you do lots of climbing, you can justify for yourself that putting some extra points in strength. But those happen, as level ups happen anyway. So there's already a progression system going on where in other games there's not really a level up system per se. But after maybe a day or two of travel like this, you finally come across the entrance to the mine that Hatter had informed you of. You really do intend on going down there?
Nah, I figured we'd walk all this way. Are you guys ready to go back now?
Do what?
You're you're certain you're intending to go down into the mine?
We have to. We have to make our way to the Obsidian Peak.
Well, this way. This way, I know, based on old schematics and things, that it does get you rather close.
What did they mine here?
Stone, of all kinds, gems, coal, a little bit of everything. Not really any precious metals down there, though. It's just
I'll have to keep my eye out for something shiny.
primarily what they called moonstone. That's why they named the mountains after it.
Oh,
It's like an alabaster, like a
Mother would
white
love
stone.
that. Mother would love that. If I can find one, I would love to. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I'm
Most
going
of
to look around.
most of the stone around here is made of it. It's you have your typical sort of a surface stone in earth and all of that sort of thing, but then you go deeper into the crust and you get into the true sort of white stone of the mountains, and it's like it's it's like a pure white with it shimmers. It shimmers like the moon.
Like
If I
the
can get this
inside
one.
of an oyster shell.
Yes, it shimmers like that too.
I'll keep my eyes out. I might try to get a chunk of that.
There's plenty of it down there. You don't have to go very far.
We have places to go.
Yes, sorry.
Why are you going to the peak? It's quite a long distance.
Kindling?
I know this mine goes down for hundreds and hundreds of miles.
It's a deep mine.
Or was just going to point to. Yeah, the small one wants to go there, so.
You are a very small man.
But don't let that fool you. He can control the weather.
Horseshit.
Okay, if something attacks us, he's going to hit it with lightning. I've seen it.
Not in
He's
the
quite
mine.
good at
though.
it.
If it's big enough, you can. You just have to have it big enough to conjure your cloud inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as, big sort of rooms in a mine, how often does that happen?
It's underground. It's not very common.
What was that thought?
But there are many things that he can do that I can do as well.
Just be careful.
Playing fight is one of them.
They say that old mines like this are infested with the Fae.
Wouldn't be the first time for us.
We're always
I'm
going
not
to get a
like
real
that.
serious look at like he just realized something. He's going to slowly pan and turn to Lagan. We are going into a mine. Do not use that spell.
I will make no promises.
I swear to God, if you bury us alive, I'll want your ass till the next.
If I did, it was intentional.
Between you and her, I'm still picking splinters out of my ass.
Hey, be
How many
grateful.
times
The
have
last
we
guy
all
was
tried
having
to do
to.
that?
The last guy died when he hit the water.
Exactly.
I drove him like nails through his skull. Just be grateful you weren't him.
I'm just going to look over him. Don't worry, we're just joking around, easing the tension. This is what we do.
See how far we have.
I'm going, and then Crow is going to like, I'll take front.
And I
And-
thought I was mad.
I keep telling you, we're mad as hell.
And Kroby will walk into the mine, draw his sword, and turn the fire on to give us a torch. And if there's a sudden explosion, you know we found a methane pocket.
You never know.
My way is easier. It won't cause any explosions.
So, do we have a marching order then?
I would like
Kurobe
to
would
cast
want
a
to be up front.
spell. Flamme Phéone. Control flames. I double the area of bright light for the torch he just made.
Mm,
Nice.
nice.
I have a super fire sword.
It is.
That change lasts for 1 hour.
Wait, you lit up your sword? It won't affect your sword, however.
Oh, it won't.
Nope, because you don't have an actual flame on your sword.
That's how you list the torch. Okay, no.
No, it's an actual flame on my sword.
Flame tongue causes fire damage, does not actually produce a flame.
You can use a bonus action to speak the magic word, causing flames to erupt from the blade.
Yes. It is not a permanent.
Flames shed bright light for 40-foot radius and dim light for another 40 foot. While it's on fire, it does extra 2d6 fire damage.
Oh. Oh, you have to turn it on. You've never turned it on in the
Yeah.
past.
Oh, I always say I turn it on when I draw it. And I can't use another bonus action, so that's why I don't do... Sometimes I don't have advantage when I attack. You just don't see that because I'm only rolling 1 dice instead of 2.
Oh, because I never heard you say that, but okay.
I do it mechanic. I do the mechanics right.
You do the mechanics right, but you don't tell me you're doing that. So
No,
that's the only difference.
I'm sorry. I should probably say that more often.
You should always
It's,
say what you're doing, because then I know what you're doing.
Yeah. It's one of those things like I've always like that's the first action I do unless I'm like now it's already on.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I don't have advantage on sometimes in my attacks.
Yeah.
So.
Which is fine, you know.
Yeah.
Because you've done
need to,
the mechanics about it, but you know.
Yeah.
Please tell me when you turn on your sword, because I never know when you do. Because that shedding bright light might actually have an effect on something in the dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that being said, you have the path lit in front of you now with the sword and whatever other light sources you want to impose on yourself, if you would like.
Robe will look over at the tip of his the guy's spear, and he'll cast light on the tip of his spear, because he knows that giants can't see in the dark, because of Lagan.
Oh, Hatter's not going with you.
No,
Oh,
he's not coming with us. He was only leading us to the mine.
He is absolutely not going down there at all.
Okay, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I haven't been here for a while, so I didn't know the whole story.
No. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, he's adamant that he does not want to go. But he does attempt to try and take off the armor and give back the spear. These are yours.
I don't think we need them. Really, looks like you could use them better. Here, and
They're only going to rust with me.
And Groby will go into his bag of clothing, and here, I have something special for you. This is what we call sand dog meat. It's jerky. It's not much, but
what is a sand
and he'll give
dog?
It's something from my. They call them a boulette as well.
What
Very
is a
good meat.
boulette?
It's a little on the spicy side, but very good. And he'll give him some like basic rations so that he has food and stuff.
For the travel.
But I figured you might. Yeah, but this is from my homeland. I figured you might like trying it.
It is a heavily armored creature that burrows beneath the sand and attacks unsuspecting travelers.
Oh.
They're tasty.
Like a Remoras.
Similar, but not quite.
The Remoras are in the mountains.
And he'll also, Groby will kind of like look at his flask in his bag. And he'll hand him the flask and like, I think you need this a little bit more than I do.
Why do you You do not need to shower me in gifts.
These are not gifts. They are just... Think of them as well wishes.
You can think of everything I've given a gift, and I expect you to have treated it well and taken good care of it. Upon my inspection, should I return,
You forget, I have no home.
I will be taking care of that as best I can.
My village is gone, and the people of Bloodstone don't. They hate me.
I don't care. You come
You
from
wish-
the same village.
Do you wish to return there? You know, you could come with us and we could help find you a place.
There is no... If I go down into the mine, I'm as good as dead.
Well,
I'm
then
no
you
use
stay-
to you.
You stay and take care of the village, what's left of it. I will be back.
Alright.
And as I said, you can consider them gifts. Do the best you can. Lagan will take a small vial of oil to condition the haft of the spear with.
Was this man like basically on the streets when we found him?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was basically like a street prophet.
Oh, and then he would also I would also toss him some money to take care of himself. Say 20 gold.
Who are you? Really?
A crazy old man from far away from here.
Well,
You're not the only mad person in this world.
Hatter, if you ever remember, I hope you'll never forget this one. We are the Lucky Sevens.
Well, you're gonna need some luck then.
And if you want to know our names, I'm Kurobe. And he'll wait for everybody else to introduce themselves.
We kind of did this already last time, but we're going to have to redo it,
He was acting
apparently.
like he didn't know who we were.
No,
So that's why I
no.
was asking.
No,
No, I got you. We kind of did this last time, but I'm assuming from the way he's acting, he's a bit forgetful and needs a reminder of who the Lucky Sevens are.
Well, he'd never heard of the group name, so that's basically what he was asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
These fine individuals you find and consider yourself are the Lucky Sevens.
There's only 5 of you.
We have
That's
two
kinda where
others. We have two others that you're not likely to meet.
Wouldn't you be the lucky 8 then?
No. There's 5 of us.
5 of you? 2 others? You said I counted one of them. That's 8.
That you are among. Not that you are a part of.
Oh.
I said that you are among. With 2 others
Right.
outstanding.
Right. Okay. I get it now.
There are 7 of us. 2 are just in spirit at the moment, as they cannot be with us.
I didn't know we actually had 7. I always wondered how that worked.
Technically 8.
Yeah, technically 8.
I don't know. A name's a name. It sounded good. I just like it.
To be fair,
we
when
are
we all got
very
together,
lucky.
there was 7 of us.
We are very lucky, and there were once 7 of us.
Well, you're gonna need it. There's all sorts of rumor about what comes out of that.
Lagan will clap him on both of his shoulders. And I am the...
All right.
I don't know if we're lucky or if we're just too stubborn.
Both. It's both, easily.
I don't think Kenwin's lucky.
Okay, to be fair, we were working on that.
He's been touched. We're just not sure how.
It's not luck stat, so how am I supposed to work on that?
He speaks very meta.
That reminds me, Kenwin. Have I ever taught you about the gambling?
You are
Good
not
job.
teaching him to gamble.
We could truly test his luck.
The man's been possessed 3 times.
It's
Amongst
generally
others,
a very
you
little
really
money.
want to try that.
And also died once. Twice? Twice. I remember you said twice. I don't want to test his luck any more than we need to.
To be fair, he's died fully once, and then has been knocked out a handful of times.
Arya just, like, slowly turns to, Kinwin is like, I think we need to get you more armor.
Oh no, I think one time from what I heard from the stories, he bumped into someone's foot and they instantly stabbed him. He was a mouse.
I got a medium armor breastplate, but it's like, I'm a druid, I'm not sure how heavy armor I should go for.
I think breastplate might be.
The
Isn't
problem
that
is
the
my
top end of
dexterity
medium?
is also negative.
Arya just, like, inspects his armor and begins thinking about it.
No,
I
I
should
tried.
I'm gonna pick up mage armor.
I'm going to try to take the hits for him.
To be fair, you take hits for everyone at this rate.
Yes. I didn't like when we lost him last time. I felt like I failed. I couldn't kill them fast enough. I couldn't keep their attention on me.
By the time you look for Hatter again, he's gone. He's just wandered off.
Oh, I thought we were walking into the mine already.
Yeah, he's gone and wandered off, and you guys are walking and talking into the mine anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right. Into the mine you go. So what you will find in this mine, it does have some of the sort of structural findings that you'll find in a mine. That you'll find like beams of wood that are meant to be supports. You'll find that the path under your feet is very sort of walkable with the intent of rolling carts from deep in the mine up to the openings, with all sorts of different things from wherever and whatever. You see that there are fixtures for placing either arcane or torch lights in little outcroppings that would shed light, but are currently not lit or do not have light fixtures to put in them. All of which means that as you look at the walls and deeper, as it kind of begins on a sort of like very, very slow kind of slope down into the earth, you realize that it gets dark and darker and darker and darker as you descend. Those with dark vision are obviously going to have an easier time traversing than those without. Those without are, you're limited to your light source, and that's really about it. You're going to rely heavily on your light source, because nothing is lit down here. You can hear the sort of echo that every step makes. You can hear the just this sheer silence, almost deafening, and ahead of you. It's unnerving how quiet it is, because you can hear the dripping of water in the distance. You can hear the as you traverse the squeaking of bats. You hear all sorts of night vision or nocturnal creatures just kind of exist in this space and have basically taken it over as a shelter in a sense. That the incline does start to sort of spiral. You can feel it kind of spiral downward as you continue. The light that's shining on the walls of the space go from that regular sort of gray stone to the sort of shimmering sort of moonstone that Hatter told you about. The sort of shimmering white stone that makes up the majority of these mountains. You come across a fairly large chamber at this very first large chamber, where a lot of it has been, pulling a lot of this white stone from the walls in order to pack it up to use for other purposes. But aside from that, this large chamber is roughly about 40 feet tall and seems to be sort of a central hub for a lot of the mining activities that used to go on down here. Anything of any kind of organic nature has all but decayed. There's basically nothing left of an organic nature here, aside from the occasional droppings from the animals that reside here now. But aside from that, anything that might have been food, that might have been wood, that might have been meats or anything like that, all of that is just gone. You see the remnants of the metal rings that used to be on barrels, of metal closures that used to be on crates. You see a mine cart that's toppled over and it seems to have rusted. And that's what you see in this chamber so far.
As we're walking, Coffee, could I pick up a couple of chunks of this moonstone?
Yeah, absolutely. There's loose rocks. I doubt you're going to be one of those who's going to take a pickaxe to the wall unless you're going to crumble the damn thing. But there are some loose stones that you can pick up.
Lagan wants to find one of these stones himself.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Vanya will too.
Yep. Consider that amongst your inventory.
Yep. I've written it down.
It's called moonstone, but really it's just kind of like a white stone. And it's not it's not precious in any way.
No, it's probably some kind of like quartz mixed with like something like that.
It's
like a milky quartz.
Very much just a stone that is shimmery as far as the like the mineral deposits in it.
Not
But
going to stop Proby from getting a necklace made for his mom.
exactly. Yeah, there's no precious qualities about it. It's just ordinary
shiny.
white stone, shiny, shimmery, sort of. Almost looks like the kind of shimmer you see in a makeup palette, almost.
Yeah.
How long is this?
The Krobe would just kind of be walking around the chamber, looking around, keeping his eye out for anything dangerous. His sword would be lit up, so that's should basically light up everything.
Yeah, this chamber has several branching points that that go off of it. There's 4 other sort of entryways leading off to the rest of the mine that you could see so far. So.
There's 4 of them.
Yep, and they're all dark. There's nothing special that you could see just yet.
Well, let's check. Oh, if there's another side to it, maybe there's some airflow we can check for.
Could be.
All right. Well, who's going to check for airflow?
My survival check sucks, so it's gonna have to be someone else.
I
I'll
got a
do it.
+5.
I will help.
I have +7, but also my rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I will assist Vanya.
Okay.
Alright.
I love how you say that. I've got +7, but my rolls suck.
We do love kids.
I've only got a +5, but I mean,
22.
All right. You kind of spend a little bit of time kind of standing in front of these entryways, trying to determine if you can feel some kind of airflow going into them, going in and maybe even out of them. So you kind of stand for a few minutes waiting, stand at another one, wait a few minutes, stand at another one, wait a few minutes, and you get that one of them feels like there is a flow of air going from the chamber you're in down into this next hallway. The others seem a little stale.
She'll point it out. This one feels like it's got a good flow to it.
Well, we're in a hurry, so I mean, we could investigate the others, but I don't see the point. If we can find the way through, we can get Kenwin where he needs to be quicker. What do y'all think?
Say we push on.
Agreed.
And Krobe would take up the front and probably do the same thing, looking around and.
All right, so Korobe's in the front because these hallways are barely wide enough to have 2 people maybe uncomfortably walk side by side. But like a single file is more likely what you're going to be doing because some of them do kind of narrow a bit, some widen up a bit. It just depends on different things. But yeah, Kurobe's in the front. Who's next?
Vanya would be.
Okay, is Zephyr up there with you?
Yep.
I would be right behind Vanya.
Okay. And then Lagan at the back.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably.
Yes, Lagan is in the back.
Oh, where is Kinwin, actually?
Probably right in front of the dome.
Okay. To the middle, like, behind Arya?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just getting your minis out because then I know what this marching order looks like for myself. Where is my crowbar? Alright, well, that being said, there are some things that I need to do, so I am going to have us take a quick break, and then we will come right back.
I think of our doom.
You love it.
The architect from destruction.
We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, have found themselves in a mine. A mine that was used for gemstones, for coal, for stone, for just about any sort of use, really. It's said to be a rather large mine that spans the length of most of the mountains, possibly with many entrances and exits. A winding maze of various things connected together. And so our party has decided to traverse the length of the mines to avoid having to trudge through snow and wilderness that could potentially cause them to suffer ailments as a result of that, but instead find themselves underground, safe away from the elements outside, but run the risk of monstrosities. The Fae are said to roam these mines. And whatever else may be creeping along as far as these mines go, because it's said the abandonment happened decades ago. And so, hoping that one of the entrances will lead out to the Obsidian Peak, their destination, the party has gone in a sort of northeast or northwestern direction. Now, none of you have a compass on you, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you're relying specifically on your survival skills.
I should have one with navigator's.
Navigator's tools would have a compass. Yeah.
So I should have one.
So yeah. So whether you're on land or on sea, you are able to navigate using a compass. So you have one on your person, so that you know generally the direction in which you need to go, which is northwest to the Obsidian Peak. So, in that sense, you won't get lost into what direction you might need to go. You might get lost in which passageway to go, but so long as you're always heading in a northwest direction, you feel like you would be on the right path, which, Vanya, upon using your keen senses to detect a sort of airflow, an airflow passage, this second sort of entryway from this large sort of room in the mines, leading downward, but in that northwest direction that you're heading in, you feel that slight breeze of airflow in the tunnels, and so leading the rest of your party, with Kurobe taking point as the person who would befall any kind of dangerous thing first, with sometimes with his own face.
Yeah,
And so,
face check all the traps.
Figure you okay?
So-
Sorry, the dog tripped over something the cat knocked down.
oh buddy.
He's okay.
But yes, this hallway that you find does continue to go downward, it does continue to wind and weave and kind of hairpin on itself with, again, the intention of carts being used and driven up these ramps and these halls to take materials from larger chambers, much like the one you just came out of, into and out of the rest of the mine. And so it winds and it turns, and you spend several hours kind of going down into the earth, but in a northwest direction. And it's getting a bit colder as you're getting further and further away from the surface. The sort of cold stone just kind of feels uninviting. It is far away from any sunlight. It's not affecting any of you as of yet because it's not cold enough to stop your movement, but it is something you'll have to keep in mind for when it comes to sleeping. You do know that that with this being several hundred miles of mines, that you could easily be stuck down here for months. It would take weeks on land to be able to, a couple of weeks on land to travel to the obsidian peak above surface on its own. It would take at least that long going through the mines. But who knows what else you might run into as well. What do? You just continue forward?
Yeah, we continue on.
You continue forward until you come across sort of a another large chamber. This one is devoid of any animal life, as no animals would come this deep into the mines, as you seem to be going deeper and deeper. I thought somebody was going to say something. It sounded like somebody was taking a breath for saying something.
Sorry, that might have just been me bending over to pick something up.
It's all right. And kind of in this larger chamber, you see all the usual things that you would see in an abandoned mine. The sort of rusted metal fixings of of all kinds, and the metal portions of tools like the heads of shovels, the heads of pickaxes, just about anything, but it's all rusted. But something about the rock face seems a little bit strange now. Less white stone and more crystalline in nature. Little bits of crystal just kind of jutting out of the wall, very tiny.
Can I examine them?
You can certainly examine them.
I would definitely go up and look at this crystal, see if I know it. And if possible, take a chunk of it.
Okay. You take a look at the crystal. Go ahead and make me an investigation check. You never know.
Hey, that's a 19 minus 2.
It's a 17. Nice. Not
Yeah.
bad. Not bad for Kurobe.
No.
Bad at all.
It's strange. You've perused a lot of, precious
Shiny
stones,
things from Mom.
shiny things. Your mom loves shiny things. And she's
Yes.
the color of this almost seems to resemble something similar to what you see in the sort of crystalline hair, quote unquote, that your mother and father both have. As far as the crystal formations on the tops of their heads, but it's in the sort of luster that you see, but it's a different color. It's very weird. It's very strange. You're a bit reluctant to touch it. It kind of gives you a weird vibe. Although, do you point that out to Vanya and the rest?
Yeah, I'll say, this is kind of strange. I want a piece of it, but it weirds me out a bit.
Vanya's gonna go over and have a look.
It's very similar to what you saw in the last mine that you visited.
The one with the myconid?
Yes.
Oh, joy.
Different, but similar.
In what way is it similar?
Look and appearance, but aside from that, it doesn't seem to speak to you, which is a good thing.
This time.
Okay.
It's where previously the color of the crystal that you had seen before was more of a more kind of a like a pinkish. These are more green.
Okay.
So you think I should take a piece?
I would honestly leave it.
Well, have you seen this before?
Something similar. And she'll tell both him and Arya about the other mine and the other crystal structures.
What happened?
I'm the reason you'll never find them.
Yeah, you know how you said you didn't want him to use Shatter? He used Shatter.
This is a good point. This is why I didn't want him to use it. So is it dangerous?
We don't have enough information to determine.
Well, we assume it can be.
But if it works like the other crystals, we don't really know how those worked either. We didn't have the time. Color's not quite right. It might be safe to keep a small sample.
Okay. I'll look at it, see if the little piece sticking out, and see if I can pull a piece off.
You pull a piece off. It seems rather brittle. It seems to just come unwedged from the rock face very easily. Almost feels like it can be crushed in your finger.
I'll put it in a, I'm sure, like, between all of us, potions and stuff that we've had, we have an empty jar of some kind that I can put in there with, like, a piece of cloth so it doesn't rattle around and break.
Yeah, easily enough.
Lagan wants to test this out. You said it might be crushed in your hands?
I mean, that's how Kurobe feels about it.
Lagan is going to inspect this substance too.
You pull a little bit out from a rock face and it comes loose very easily, almost like it broke off. and you kind of like squeeze it between your fingers, and you feel like a little like you feel like it's dusting already as you kind of apply pressure.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
And as you see the light kind of refracts in a variety of colors. It kind of dots this room a little bit sporadically. This little crystals.
Lagon's going to hold a small this up to the Durft globe to see if it illuminates like it should. Throws the rainbow.
It kind of the light goes through the crystal, but only comes out in like that greenish color that it is.
Okay.
That's interesting. And I'm going to look around the rest of the cave, like just holding my sword up and see if I see anything of note.
Okay. You kind of investigate this larger room. It does have several entrances and exits that you can see, sort of archways. But as you're getting further into the mine, the supports of the mine seem to have also, some of them have crumbled away and caused one of the passageways to collapse. It looks like there's one particular tunnel that seems to have a bit more of this sort of crystalline stuff kind of riddled in it. The other two have very little bits of this crystal stuff in it, though.
Could I use basically the flames from my sword to see if I can catch a crosswind from which way we need to go next?
Yeah, survival check.
21.
Easily enough. You see that the crosswind that very slight sort of crosswind that you're looking for is coming from the room with the more crystals. The hallway with the more crystals in it.
Let's look back. Well, I hope you all like that crystal because it looks like the next way we go has a lot of it.
Oh joy.
Does the crystal appear to have formed in natural processes?
Seems like it.
Okay. Did you say that the pillars for the next room, the path?
Yeah, some of them, some of the supports seem to have collapsed in some of these tunnels, which does make some of the traversing through them very narrow, but still doable. But yeah, it's like one side of the support's collapsed and the other side is still there. So it's gonna be a little bit tricksy. So I'm gonna need dexterity, acrobatics checks from everyone,
Okay.
including Zephyr.
Vanya has
This should be good.
22.
Okay. This is more of a group check, so
Yeah.
16.
okay. 22 and 16.
23.
Okay. 23, 22, 16.
Just straight up dex for Zephyr.
That's about right.
Oh no.
It's a 1, not a natural 1. I rolled a 2 minus 1.
Okay. Zephyr has a 21.
Okay, so first 21, and then a dirty 1 for Kurobe. What about Arya?
Specs had to step out there, not.
Oh, not feeling good? Okay, then I'll roll for Arya. I was not looking at the Discord, so.
Specs has left battle orders.
Natural 20 for Arya, so.
Nice.
Arya is fine.
Arya's fine. She's nimble. She's a performer. Of course she is. So as a group, you're able to squeeze through this very narrow sort of way. You're a little bit... with Kurobe being in front, you're a little bit... it gets a little bit dicey, because for whatever reason, he doesn't calculate his whole figure of space very well. So does end up knocking some of the rocks out of place, which does cause more of them to fall, but doesn't actually hurt any of you. You just get a little dusty with some debris, but thankfully none of the rest of the ceiling collapses on you, so which you can be thankful for, whatever deity you might think. But as a result, you all are able to pass through. The rest of you are a little bit more aware of how much space you take up and are easily able to pass through this narrow space. Kurobe's just a little clumsy. Alright. So you continue to trudge through, getting past that. You see as you continue to move forward that there are more chambers that you come across, but one of these chambers, as you're continuing to press forward and down, the crystals are starting to get bigger, and you see shapes inside them.
Natural shapes?
Do an investigation check.
Okay. $16.
Seem natural enough. Seems like the shape of a creature of some kind. If a little bit warped. Maybe by the angle of the planes of the crystal, maybe by the light that you're shining. You're not sure why exactly. But it's weird. It's very weird.
Make a mental note and keep moving.
Okay. In which case, I need all of you to roll a wisdom check, or a wisdom saving throw.
Are we being charmed?
No.
Okay.
You are being put to sleep, and it ignores immunity.
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
It ignores immunity.
I'm not ignoring a natural 20.
Neither am I.
Total of 28.
Oh, okay.
Nat 20 for 23.
19.
Wait, what roll was it?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save throw.
21.
Okay. And for Arya, that is a 9 plus things.
Good night.
she just full on passes out.
What about
Relief.
Kurobe? Oh, I need to do one for Zephyr too, don't I?
Yep, you do.
Yep.
19 for me.
Yeah, that's all of 10 for Arya.
Hey, get out.
Alright, Zephyr. Your wisdom. A That's an 18 for Zephyr.
Okay. I've got a monstrous cat on my map again. Knocking my shit over.
Cat Cthulhu will rise again.
Okay, well, I tried. But yeah, Arya, out like a light. Just seems to collapse onto the ground. Almost suddenly.
Vanya's
Um,
gonna rush over and check on her.
She's out cold. Breathing, but out cold.
Right, that's not the good sign. Alright,
He's
who's
stable
carrying her?
on it, right?
Sorry, what did you say, Kinman?
She's stable though, right?
Oh yeah. She's breathing. Seems fine. Just seemed to
Asleep.
quickly fall asleep where she was standing.
Vanya's going to just pick her up and start carrying her.
She seems unbothered. She's not waking up because of it.
Shit. I don't like this, Lagan.
Nor do I. But I don't see as we have many other options.
I guess Groby would keep pushing forward.
And
keeping
much
his
like
eyes out.
that one large crystal that you saw in that last chamber, in the chambers coming up, smaller chambers, more natural caverns in the as you continue on in that direction. More of these crystals sort of line the walls, almost blanketing them entirely, with larger structures kind of growing out of the sort of blanket formation, and with some kind of mass in the center of them that, no matter how much light you shine on them, still is only a silhouette. And there are smaller crystals with smaller forms of these masses in them, warped, sort of weird looking.
Laguna's going to keep an eye on Arya and make notes of any changes, if any, when they're in proximity to these crystals.
Yeah.
She just seems asleep. There's no change to her. You hear a sound at the end of one of the tunnels in the chamber coming up. Doesn't sound like a language you know, but there's two voices that seem to make sort of a squelching noise. Some kind of
But it
communication
is-
between them.
It is obviously a language, right?
It is a communication form. Whether it's a language or not, you're not sure.
It is
I'll go
not
ahead.
primordial, correct?
It is not.
Okay, I was
I'll
thinking
go
crystals.
ahead and give this a shot. I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages.
Okay.
See if I can make anything out.
So that does require you to make some kind of vocal component, does it not? So you do have to be very quiet about it if you're going to cast it in secret.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to make a stealth check.
Okay, so question, because this is vocal, am I still at disadvantage because of the armor?
No, this would be just a regular. This is because of your voice, not because of your armor.
Just asking because it does mark it as being disadvantaged still. That's a nat 20 for a 25.
Holy shit!
She is silent and throwing Naruto hand signs.
She is.
Yes.
She is very quietly making the motions for the spell, using her very quietly a string on her guitar, and the words are barely even breathed, but still very audible to cast the spell, so that you have the full effect of comprehend languages
She would have handed Arya off Lagon to do those.
to be able to cast.
Yeah.
Yes, because you do need free hands to be able to do your somatic components.
Yep.
And what you overhear is you missed that initial noise, but you hear in your mind a translation of the next noise that you hear. Shit. This was supposed to. It was. Damn it. Go and inform the others. We have company.
And hearing this, she's going to very quietly tell the others that whatever's down here knows that we're down here. We are not alone, and that we should be expecting trouble coming up.
Did you tell us that something's going for help?
Yes. She will.
Kurobe would take off running after to try to stop whatever this is from getting more friends.
Okay.
Like full tilt, like.
Well, okay. So running full tilt to run after this thing. Okay. Let's do opposed athletics checks.
Okay. I'm guessing that's a 1.
That is what I rolled, yes.
I think I win. 30.
30. Fuck me running.
It was a 19 plus 11.
God damn. This man is brutal. Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't do many things well, but what I do well, I do good.
Which is running after shit and then beating them.
it up.
Yeah.
Or wrestling with it, or anything like that.
Yeah, you know.
Causing trouble.
Causing trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You pass one figure who seems to be stopped. The thing that you are running after is there are loud, very sort of wet running footsteps. You run and you lunge, and you just so happen to catch this guy tripping over something that's in the ground. As he trips, and you go lunging at him. Hey, stop.
Listen, Kaiju. You're not messing with our battle map.
No. Just before he enters into a chamber, you have thus taken the light source that the rest of the group, aside from the Drift Globe, had been using to see. So they could see you in the distance, but aside from the Drift Globe and the distance it could travel, you have since outrun them. And Vanya, you hear a second set of footsteps start to run.
Running away, running towards us.
Away from you.
give chase.
All right, athletics checks.
Because dark vision is very, very helpful.
Yeah, if need be, I can throw something at him.
Oh,
Oh,
you
there's
have gone and tackled your guy. Like, there's no
Okay.
joke.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Yep, there's no hope. There's no hope. Mm-mm.
There's a 20-foot globe of light around.
Yeah,
My
Vanya's gone. Yeah, Vanya's gone and run outside of the drift globe's range.
Yeah.
Okay. How far away from are they?
They are now somewhere in the vicinity of like 40, 50 feet away from you now. And Kurobe is about 60, 70 at this point. Because Kurobe went full tilt, like, running after this guy.
I think Kurobe can handle himself.
Yeah.
Lagan is going to sprint after to try and catch up.
With Arya in your hands, of course.
Yeah.
Arya's over his shoulder and yes, running to catch up.
Okay.
I imagine Zephyr will be right behind Lagan in that case.
Zephyr's with Lagan? Okay.
Yeah.
So follow as well.
Okay. So, Kurobe, you have caught this thing. You haven't even really looked at it to see what it is. And when you do, when you stop for a moment to look at the creature, it is humanoid shaped in that has 2 arms and 2 legs and a head. It has eyes, but otherwise looks like a mushroom. Just making noises at you. Trying to get you off of it.
How big is it?
Humanoid size. So somewhere between 6 to 8 feet. You haven't really done a bit of a measuring
Okay,
yet.
so it's an actual, like, human size and not...
Yeah, humanoid sized, yeah.
Okay. I'll kind of just get up, stand up, pick with him, walk it up, or walk over to Vanya with it.
It is trying to get away from you, so it is going to struggle away. Try and struggle away. So, make a athletics check.
28.
Why am I even trying? Yeah, no.
For the luck.
Yeah, there's no way. Anytime that I get involved with Kurobe, there's no chance. I have no hope. No hope.
Not with strength-based things. Maybe, but...
No hope. None. But yeah, okay.
All you gotta do is make me make a dex check or an investigation check, and I'm failing.
Mm-hmm. Although, I do need to be right back for a moment, so I will come back to this here in just a second. So we're gonna pause here for a sec.
Okay.
Sure thing.
All right, we are back, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. So, Kurobe has one of these creatures in his grasp. It is very the flesh of this thing as you're holding it in this sort of grapple hold that you have it in is very spongy feeling. It definitely feels like it is a humanoid shaped mushroom thing that you have never in your life seen before. Anything like this. Anything of a humanoid shape has that you've ever seen, including those who have, a rather, soft physique of their own, have always been a person. Regardless of their, whether they're giantkin, whether they're tiefling, whether they're human, elf. They all sort of look the same, shape-wise. This is completely alien. And as you're holding it and kind of contemplating what in the world it is, I need you to make me a saving throw of some kind. A Constitution saving throw, my friend.
Okay. 19.
Okay. Well, you have a feeling that it tried to do something because it screamed in this sort of very spongy, squelchy sort of way. But there was a dust that came out of it at the same time that you quickly held your breath because whether you realized it or not, you are aware that mushrooms sometimes do that in nature for whatever goddamn reason. And whatever dust this was may or may not be poisonous, and so you hold your breath.
I'm going to start going through languages that I know and just say, just start trying to see if it recognizes anything.
Nothing. It's still kind of making the screaming noise. It's attempting to wiggle away from you still, so go ahead and make me another athletics check.
Okay, well, I rolled a 3, so that's a 14.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Well then.
that's a 10. It is not getting away. And the one in your grasp, Vanya, is trying to get away from you, and also might be spewing spores. So, Constitution saving throw and an athletics check.
Okay, well the con save is a 16.
Okay.
And the athletics is a 19.
That is a 10 again. It is not getting away, but it is also screaming. So, and it is echoing loudly through the rest of these tunnels and possibly into the next chambers beyond, because you can definitely hear the echo.
What do we do with these things?
The hell if I know. She's also going through the languages she can by chance talk to any.
Wait, you did comprehend languages. Can't you just talk in it?
Comprehend languages allows me to understand it, not speak it.
Oh, that's tongues. Never mind.
Yeah, that is tongues.
I am the one that's needed for that. Let's see.
These things are having no luck getting away from you all.
The poor things.
You hear what sounds like what may be an alarm coming from further down the hall. Maybe in a chamber beyond.
I am
That
going to.
doesn't sound good.
I am going to cast tongues
Mm-hmm.
on Vanya.
Tongues on Vanya. There you go.
It will last for an hour.
All right. For an hour, you have the ability to understand and speak with this thing. It is shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! Get off of me!"
Calm down. We don't mean you guys any harm.
It seems shocked that it can understand you right now. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. But my friends here know some magic to help us understand each other.
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. No, no. Let me go. Please. I'm begging you. Spare me.
We're not going to hurt you. You haven't given us a reason to hurt.
You're surface dwellers, right?
So?
Then,
We
then
don't go out of our way to kill living things.
yeah, you do. Absolutely, you do. Absolutely, they do. It's been going on for millennia.
We're not other people.
You're surface dwellers. That's all. That's all. That's. What have you come to invade us?
We're traveling through. We're trying to reach the peak.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let me go. Let me go. Please, just let me go.
She's not going to let him go just yet, but she is trying to convince him that they're not going to hurt.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
I can assist on that.
Ew.
What are you doing to assist?
Can I assist? Because I'm kind of holding this guy gently but firmly.
You're holding a
and I
different
haven't hurt
guy.
him.
Yeah, you're a
Well,
different.
I'm just saying, like, I haven't hurt him either. I'm just kind of holding him out.
What are y'all doing to persuade though?
Talking in
Trying
a
to
common
convince
voice,
them that
trying
we're
to.
peaceful.
He doesn't understand what you say, and what you're doing says something very different. So, I don't think we're going to get an assist on this, since she's the only one who can speak to them.
That's a 19.
Okay. You're very persuasive, you know that much. You're being very genuine. At least I think you are. In what you're saying. But he doesn't seem entirely convinced. He's not fighting you right now to try and get away, but he's reluctant to trust anything you say right now.
Yeah, that's understandable.
But he's at least not trying to get out of your grasp right now. Kurobe, the one that you have, 30 feet away from this incident.
I walked over to Vanya.
Oh, you walked
her.
over with him to Vanya?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've made that trek over there.
We only grabbed you two because we didn't want to fight. I was able to understand you when you sent your friend here after help.
Nobody comes down here. You set off the alarm. What else are we supposed to do? You resisted the trap. You resisted the sleep.
Well, not all of us did, but
That means you're powerful beings.
doesn't necessarily mean to cause harm. I don't blame you for being panicked. It's a response.
Look. And it and it looks, with those sort of beady eyes that it has, it looks over at all of you and what even are you?
Just a group of adventurers traveling through.
Nobody travels through. No one.
Oh, we're a different sort of adventurer.
We are trying to reach the Obsidian Peak.
And she will translate that.
I don't... That's so far away.
We were told it might be better to travel through these tunnels than the risk of the weather above right now.
Weather? What's weather?
The snows that come in a month or two that traps everything within these mountains.
What is
Be
snow?
the weather you're going or not. Frozen
water that falls from the sky. Very cold. Very pretty in most cases. But it can be hard to travel through.
I don't understand. Water comes out of the rocks.
Up
It's
on the
one
surface,
form.
water comes from different places, including the sky. And when it gets too cold, it freezes. Snow.
Or hail.
I don't understand what you're saying. These words, they don't mean anything to me.
Yeah. You spend your whole life down here, right? In these tunnels. It's only natural you wouldn't know what they are. And she's actually going to use minor illusion to
Oh, no. No. And it's like averting its eyes.
something wrong.
Man, you use magic.
This isn't gonna hurt you. It's just
Yes, it is.
illusion.
All magic hurts.
Well, I'm using magic to talk to you. That's not hurting you, is it?
I don't know what you've done to me.
Nothing's been done to you. It's been done to me.
You look like them.
Like who?
I'm not sure what... And he says a word that even the translation doesn't give it quite the right meaning. Earth Fae. Earth Fae kin.
I am what's called an elf.
Elf.
We are supposedly descended Fae a long time ago.
Yes, you look like them. The same, but different.
And she's going to motion to Kinlan. He's half elf.
Your colors are backwards.
What does that mean?
Your colors.
What? Can I insight to see what he's talking about?
What he means? Sure.
Yeah. I cannot math today. 23.
It's weird for it to be referred to as colors, per se, but you don't think that he's talking about your clothing. Maybe skin and hair colors? It's a weird way to reference it, but he's a mushroom, so it's a bit odd anyway.
Yeah. Well, it was a long time ago. Things do change over time, usually.
What color is Vanya's hair?
Brown.
That,
Very dark brown.
And she's very pale, fair-skinned.
yeah.
Yep. Maybe a
Are
little...
you translating this all for us?
What she can.
Are Drow a thing in this universe?
You don't know.
We don't know.
That's
No
what
one
I was-
knows.
So there are legends but no facts.
There's not even legends. So far as you know, the only kinds of elf that there are the land elf, which are very similar to the way that Vanya appears, and then there are the high elf, which their ears kind of point more upwards instead of out, and have slightly distinct features from the wood elves or the land elves, but generally speaking, they look very similar. It's hard to tell the difference unless you're really looking. As far as physical features, anyway.
If you're talking about the Fae, then I can only assume things changed over time.
What do you mean things changed? I don't understand. What? Please just let me go.
Do you promise not to run?
Otherwise, you'll kill me.
We won't kill you, but we will give chase again.
The only reason to chase is to kill. That's the hunt.
This is no hunt for us.
We just want to get through these caves safely.
And she will translate that for the mushroom person.
What if we offer them money in exchange for being guides?
I don't think they have use for money.
They live in a hole in the ground. The impression I'm getting is they never leave. What do they need money for?
Good point.
In a way, it might seem a little familiar to you, Kinwin, because you had no use for money until you actually joined civilization.
I still don't pay much attention to it.
You don't. You really don't.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he doesn't just walk off with things and steal them. Or barter.
He's probably got Vanya to help
He works on more of a bartering system. He doesn't really carry cash.
He picks up something and he just leaves like a sack of herbs, like
Yeah,
on the
I'm
table and
literally
walks
down
away.
to 5 silver.
Love it.
I'm gonna look at the little one, and the other one's like, all right, we need to get through here. If we can do that without hurting each other, I would prefer that.
No.
Can you help us?
Not allowed.
You aren't. But are there others of you that could be?
Do you have leaders?
Why?
We talk to leaders. Make it okay.
So you can kill them too.
If we wanted to kill you, we wouldn't have caught you.
I don't.
Just outright done it.
Killing is easy. Doing this is much more difficult.
We tried not to fight our way through it.
I don't know. The others will be here soon. More
So
will
can we-
later.
Wait,
I'll look at Vanya and say, what if we let one of them go to go get the leader?
That might work. Would you be willing to go get your leader and bring them here to talk to us?
Okay.
And she will let him go.
You think we should let them both go? That way we're not holding a hostage.
Good.
I'll sit the big guy down and pat him on the head.
It just makes a noise at you, Kurobe, and just darts off.
What was the noise? Was it
Fuck
kind
you.
of like... Which she will translate with a bit of a laugh.
Very much a culturally colloquial fuck you, but it's said in maybe different words, but
May your
essentially,
spores never bloom.
essentially.
Okay, Calcifer.
They both just dart off.
I think we should walk down, follow them, but very slowly.
I think take up positions. I'll just sit up in the middle with you behind me, Vanya. If they want to fight, we'll have to. But if we seem as non-threatening as we can,
Yeah.
I guess I'll take a position by the, like they ran down one of the things. I'll take a position like near the mouth of it and just kind of sit down cross-legged. Swords out, still on fire because we need the light, but
Yeah.
trying to be as non-threatening as I can. Figure with me sitting down, it'll be a little bit easier.
All right. And you start to wait.
Yep.
And wait. And wait. Beginning to wonder if they're coming back.
I say we give them just a little bit longer, then we start.
And you wait. Starting to get a little impatient.
After a little bit, Vanya will get up and start heading down the tunnel.
Yeah, I would go.
Alright. Start heading down the tunnel. Winding your way through the rest of the tunnel into a chamber. A chamber that has more of these crystal forms. It looks like some of them have actually broken down. As if they had been busted. Like broken.
Internally or external?
Externally. Well, a little both, actually.
Okay.
I just keep trying to find my way through.
Yep.
If they show up, I'll try to be non-threatening but defensive.
Yeah.
And you continue down another, because there's only one entrance out and in from this chamber at this point. There's no more of these branching off paths. You seem to be going down a single pathway as of now, continuing forward. And so the next sort of chamber that you kind of wind and find yourself in even lower beneath the earth, sort of a look. You see that there is this. It's a really, really large chamber. It's a very very tall, somewhere from the ground upward for you, that you're standing on is somewhere close to 100 feet high, and there is a sort of river that seems to split the chamber in half. A sort of this the water's coming out in as much as a small waterfall, and has kind of carved a very small sort of creek river into the rock, and seems to disappear into the rock, possibly into another waterfall or chamber beyond, that you can't see, because the rock does kind of seem to dam up a little bit of the river, from above, not from below. And so the water just seems to disappear into the rock again. And you see a few of these crystals as well, but they're fewer at this point. And they also, the larger ones have also been busted open.
Okay. Unless we need to stop and refill water and stuff and boil it and stuff. I just keep pushing on.
Yeah, just keep moving.
Yeah.
As you start to move forward and start to cross this river, I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw once more.
Against being charmed, or being put to sleep again?
Attempting to be put to sleep and ignoring immunities.
Yeah, it's a 19.
12.
Oh, wait, I forgot the 19 plus.
I beat that without the modifier, probably.
That's a 22.
Okay.
I forgot my wisdom isn't flat like my con is.
So 24 for me.
Okay. Nagan?
26.
And Arya is still asleep.
Yep.
Kinwin?
Well,
You are asleep. You kind of just topple over and you're asleep now.
Okay, I'm going to do something real quick.
Okay.
Lagan, you have spears, you said, correct?
I do.
I'm going to
And
take a
Zephyr got
blanket.
nat 20.
I'm going to take a blanket and 2 spears, and I'm going to roll each side up with the spear in on itself and make. Have you ever seen the things that like Native Americans used to drag behind horses? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm making one of those to put those 2 on so Lagan can drag them. So he can, make it ease of travel.
Nice.
It would be easier to do that with the staffs from those spears and rope, and then lay the blanket in between where the rope has been.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, he's
I
just
was doing a basic concept.
basic concept
Oh, I figured
fashioning
it.
it. Yeah. But yeah, that's easily fashionable with the things that you have on your person.
Right. Makeshift litter. Carry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You are able to get across this river with your sleeping comrades. Arya still has not woken up. And it's been several hours by now. She should wake up soon, you would hope. But you hear rather large footsteps.
Sword up
Yeah.
so that we can see with the light. I'm going to walk towards it and investigate.
Lagan, you mind casting that spell on me again?
Alright. I will cast tongues on Vanya again.
Okay.
So that she has the ability to speak if things do so.
And Vanya's gonna go along with Karabe.
Okay. Is Lagan following with your teammates dragging behind?
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
A little ways, yes.
And Zephyr along with him.
Okay. You walk closer towards the end of this chamber, and when you get there, you continue to hear those footsteps. It's very, very loud by this point, and the next sort of chamber that you come across through one of these passageways again. It's another very large sort of chamber, but this one seems to be a little bit more like it's like rough hewn, like you saw for the mine before, less of a natural cavern. And what you see on one side of it is a sort of altar that almost looks like it has a kind of circular ring in it. It's very pointy, very metallic, very odd looking. It's not anything that you have ever seen before. And looking around the rest of the room, given how much bright light you have and dim light between all of you, you also see that there is a very large, four-legged, tailed creature standing next to it, with a bunch of these creatures that you had seen before, the mushroom creatures, kind of surrounding it, looking like they have pulled out pointy rocks and sticks and things made of metal. Just all sorts of different sort of weird makeshift
Prison shanks.
weapons.
We have an army of prison shanks. All right.
They
I'll
all
just
look
kind of.
armed.
I'll nudge Vanya. Like, I guess you're up.
She's going to step out and call out to the creature. Are you these guys' leaders?
You have come. It says in common.
She's actually a little surprised.
Yes.
To destroy.
No.
No.
To travel. We're just looking to travel through here. That's it.
Surface dwellers. Fakin.
If we had wanted to be destructive, we would have been off the bat. And yet we haven't been.
We're trying very hard not to be. We'd like to get through this place without bloodshed.
Names.
Lagan. Calatiano.
Vanya. Stormcrow.
Kurobe. Watanabe.
And the names of your sleeping friends.
Kinwin and Arya.
You have made
no.
payment. Should we find that these names are false, you will be destroyed. And you see a sort of flare of a fire almost come from this thing's face. And what you see about this face is it looks like a humanoid helmet with sort of grates on the inside of it. You see it has almost a sort of lizard-like shape. A very low to the ground sort of head. A very long sort of neck. It has and almost like these flames come out of the grates of the side of this helmet head. And the eyes just sort of pierce in a sort of yellowish tone. As you see the light kind of flares a little bit to give you an idea what this thing is. And it looks like gargantuan in size. It looks like a dragon?
Oh no, I really want to fight this thing. Someone piss it off quick.
No.
Hearing this thing's statements, Lagan's just going to reiterate that if he had intended, his two companions would not have made it back to him to even tell them that they were there. They'd have only heard their screams from coming down the tunnels.
Yeah, so it'd be much easier to cut something down than to wrestle it to the ground without hurting it.
Which is something that we have learned about your kin. Violent. Rage. Destruction.
Only when pushed to it.
It sort of laughs in a very echoey, sort of, very metallic sort of way.
Most things that don't understand each other, sometimes things like that happen.
Oh, I understand. I understand that you may be small, But already your power is not significant. It's not insignificant. You have resisted turning. I wonder why that is.
Turning.
I will continue to resist this turning, as you call it.
You have touched the dust, the shards.
Oh, this thing? And Lagan pulls out the little crystal that he pulled from the wall.
You hear a low growling sound.
He'll
Oh boy.
gently cover it up and put it back in his pocket.
What are those things?
Thieves. The lot of you. You would steal
Not so.
children.
This thing is your child.
It holds a child. The spore.
He will hand it to you, whatever you are. Lagan kneels down and holds his hand out, holding this out to you. I merely thought it was just a rock. Someone's
Aye.
child. I would not steal.
And Kurobe would reach into his pocket and pull out the vial. Aye, if we'd known, we wouldn't have messed with it.
Ignorance.
We don't come across things like you up on the surface.
For good reason. The last of my kind was destroyed by surface dwellers.
What are you?
I am Faye.
As much as your friends don't know about the surface, we had no way of knowing about what's down here. The fact that we're talking is proof enough that we're not here to cause harm on purpose. We could have just been violent, as you said, but you showed us no reason to be. There only has to be a reason to fight.
You have already caused violence. Already been and destroyed. Why should I let you go further?
What violence? What destruction?
Removing.
Can be put back where I found it.
It's too late.
So instead of taking back your children, you abandoned. And
It
here's
is
the violence.
dead. What it could have been. But you have given me your name.
I have. Use it wisely. I came here with no ill intent, no malice aforethought. Found a pretty rock, picked it up. That was it. 'Twas all I've done. Until now, you tell me this is your child. If there was a communication between you and surface dwellers, this might be known. But it's not. Instead, you just rush into things hoping to meet each other so you can kill each other and never learn anything from each other.
Yes, they were untaught.
It is not only the surface dwellers who are violent. The last time I ran into someone, it attempted to kill us for simply existing because we resisted your turnings. It didn't try to talk to us. And by the time we knew, it was too late. More suffering has to continue just so that you pride and say, hey, I'm the one that's right. Bang it on your chest over your dead children as you mourn them. Is that how this is supposed to go? If that's what you want, we can give that to you. We did not come here with that intent.
Get out.
Which direction goes to the Obsidian Peak? Because that's the direction I'm going.
Find your own way. And it starts to stomp off.
I'm going to assume from navigational devices and such, it's essentially in the same way direction we were going, and
To the
continue
northwest.
I will continue to go that direction,
Yep.
and hope that it has not altered course, and I did not see.
Yeah, we're gonna move on.
All right, moving on. I think that is where we're going to call the session for tonight, as it is drawing close to a time when the Lucky Sevens will need to take a break and rest, as they have been traveling down this mine for hours.
I wanted to fight the big fuck off thing, whatever it was.
With a couple people carrying a couple other people.
I'm trying not to just fight everything.
Right?
That's why I didn't speak until the very end.
No, see,
No,
I
I
want to
could have.
fight that. Kurobe didn't.
I know that.
Kurobe's trying to be nice.
I could have definitely given it the teeth it needed.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we could have, and we wanted to
I've
avoid
been
it.
biting my tongue.
Well,
Lagan has quite literally been biting his tongue,
mm.
holding on to all of that so that he didn't get that heated. Damn it.
Right? But you can only hold it for so long.
Yeah. You blame us for all of this wanton destruction, but you have your part to claim in it too, and you refuse. So you just perpetuate this cycle to keep going.
Well, there you have it.
Lagan doesn't care where you come from. If you're a ruler, he's going to be on your ass about it.
Yeah.
Lagan is good, man.
He does his best to just be a good man.
And he's a simple kind of man.
Well,
Some might say simpleton.
In that we are alike.
Yep.
well, with that being said, we are going to move on to some experience for our lovely players, because we have finished up the session for today. So everybody gets their 5 for showing up.
Mm-hmm.
And you did avoid an encounter, so in a way you kind of defeated it. So I'll give you another 4.
Yay.
I'll take every bit of it.
And then we talk about roleplay prompts. So, who had our best scene today?
For scene, I'm going to gone in there with that at the end for the scene with I don't know what that thing was. Underground in the chambers.
You didn't even really get a good look at it because it's still in the dark.
What little bit of flame I could see.
Can I say the entire group for the moment that we were walking into the mine just giving each other shit?
Oh yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, Hatter just fucked off.
Yeah.
I figured he was going to do that anyway.
Yeah, he was not
Yeah.
going into that mine.
No, I say okay. We can do
I'll go for that.
Mojo for best scene. Us fucking around in the beginning, giving everybody shit. That's best line.
Okay, good with that.
Okay, so best scene goes to Lagan. Okay. Then, of course, there's the audience favorite. Be sure to vote, everybody, because there's 11 of you out there that are watching us here on Twitch. Vote, vote, vote.
Don't let it end into a tie this time.
So far, there's one vote.
Yeah.
And who moved our
Mr.
plot?
Blackwolf. I'm
That'd be
torn
me or
between-
Vanya. Me beelining through shit, or Vanya talking.
I'll
Vanya.
think Vanya's trying to talk to them.
Dang it. Y'all are tying it up.
It's half over.
No ties. Ties lead the pain.
Ties lead to pain.
Or at least can lead the pain.
So we decided on plot.
Or Lagan for his personal shit at the beginning. I'm going with Lagan.
I will give it to Kurobe. Because I want to spread the love.
Lagan, Kurobe, okay. One each.
Yes, Thantos, life is pain. We are all aware of all of this. Every one of us sitting at this table.
I was throwing Vanya's in there for talking to the mushroom people.
Okay, so 1, 1, and 1.
Yep.
No pressure, Kenwin.
How can you tie it up for Kenwin?
So wait, if I vote for Vanya, it's a tie?
Nope, if you vote for Vanya, she wins. It's already a tie.
Yeah, who do you think moved the plot?
You voting Vanya for moving plot?
Yep.
Vanya moving plot. Majority rule.
And that's how that goes and breaks a tie. Come on.
Yes.
Anybody in this viewing can do this.
Yep.
Except for us, because we're the cast. We can't vote for ourselves.
I could.
Coffee said so.
I could make that vote swing. Infinitely so. I am God.
I don't think we want the way he's going to swing it. Y'all break it.
So it was Lagan got the plot.
Vanya got plot, Lagan got scene.
And
And
we have
I
not
told you we
decided.
actually settled on line.
Best line,
No,
yeah.
we have not.
Because
I think
it's almost over,
were
guys.
We were saying something like the whole entire group giving each other shit at the start of the mine.
Do you really want to roll that off?
At the very least, it's Vanya, Kurobe, and Kenwin. Because that two was mostly saying shit to each other.
Lagan specifically stayed out of that.
And it ended in a tie.
Oh, of course it did.
Hi. Even if it's by 1, it's high.
Yeah. Hi.
Well, who had the best line? We gotta figure that one out first.
If we're going to do, if we're not doing that like for the group, I'm going to put Kurobe's in of. Ah, yes, I know. I'm old and I'm stupid. They've told me that many times.
That's more self-deprecation, and I'm a little. You say that a lot with your characters, and I don't like it.
You do.
He
Because
likes to
he was
find
calling me,
enemies
he
with
was
his
saying I was
face.
a crazy fool. And
Because
it
you
was
are.
just.
I'm going to stick with Vanya's little thing of, I told you we were bad.
What you think, Kenwin? You haven't really spoken up about this.
I guess I'll go with Lagans for this one.
Go with Lagan, okay? So Lagan, that's one vote each so far.
Yeah.
And Mojo gets to break the tie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go with Kurobe.
Kurobe it is.
Okay.
And then between the four of you here right now, it's a high or low. So we've got two highs
Can I make a request as a mod?
as a mod.
Especially because it is a certain someone's day, why don't you just give it to all of them?
Whose birthday is it?
Fat
Nobody,
guys.
nope. That is not nobody's birthday. Is no.
Did nobody say anything? Oh my
No, he
god.
did not.
Oh
He
my
did not.
god.
My real friends wish me a happy birthday.
We're not your real friends? Oh, I
No,
see how it is.
Raven
Maybe
did.
maybe I should withhold experience from all of you.
As you're right, as DM, know that on my birthday though that is kind of a sin, and I will cry.
Okay, then you get to make the call. No other indications so that we can leave it to fate.
Low.
Low? Okay.
Yeah.
Low it is.
All I did was put in a request as a mod.
You are lucky. The dice gods have smiled on you. It is low. Happy birthday, motherfucker.
Thank you. I forgot that it was my birthday until Raven wished me a happy birthday.
How does one forget their birthday? Bro.
To be fair, I often forget mine too. When it comes
I
around.
knew it was this month, and I just didn't realize that it's been like it's like halfway through the month already.
Yeah, this one
Time
does
gets
go
away
by
from
pretty
me.
fast.
I understand time blindness. Believe me, I do.
I don't
But
have like
I couldn't
I
be
don't
that
have,
time blind with a day job.
I'm unemployed, so
Yeah, fair. Fair, I guess. Routines help with that. With that time blindness
Yeah,
thing.
I don't like I need to know when it's Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday usually.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Well.
I just usually stay unaware as when mine is because it's not really a big deal around
Yeah.
here.
Fair. Fair enough.
And like, my mother will post something on the Facebook which I don't see, but very rarely my parents call. So.
So did we all get that, or just Kurobe?
We all got it.
You all got it.
Tie.
You're welcome.
I want clarification. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing, so it's
Fine.
important that I hear that.
Fair enough. Well, that does it for all of us here at Coffee Cat Presents. There are a couple of streamers among us, like Raven. Raven, what are you got anything special going on this week?
Well,
With its spoopy season?
For the rest of this week, well, we're just going to be doing a Wheel of Torment kind of thing, but for the month we've been playing a whole lot of games.
Ooh.
We just finished up with the first 2 installments of the Dark Pictures anthology, which is Man of Medan and Little Hope. Which, if you don't know what the anthology is, it's a story-based survival horror game in which your choices in game influence what ending you get.
Ooh. We do like.
So you can, in fact, kill your charge. I found that out in Man of Medan, where toward the end, I had 1 death.
Oh. Well, there you have
And
it.
I played both on Forgiving for the first run through. That's not going to be the case for the next one. But
Ah, okay.
tomorrow I threw together a bit of a Halloween Wheel of Torment, some of the horror games I've got. So
Ooh.
on there's Sons of the Forest, there's Dead by Daylight, there's Blair Witch, which is a psychological survival horror game.
Ooh.
So we'll have to see what that lands on. And hopefully next week, if this weekend goes well, I'll have the 3rd Dark Pictures anthology, which is House of Ashes.
Ooh. Well, if you want some spooky stuff, Raven's the one to watch.
He is a spoopy bitch.
Spoopy boopy.
Yes.
I really need to finish rebuilding my scenes and stuff and setting everything up so I can start streaming again.
We need to work on that.
Yeah. I've just been busy lately, so I haven't been able to put my second desk up. And I'm waiting to do that waiting to set up all the scenes till the cameras are where I know they're going to be.
Well, got a shout out for Ravenstar because she's
Okay.
awesome. But we're also going to go and check out Derek because he's got some art lined up from me that I just recently put in to have him do. So let's go find out what that is, shall we? Say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Night.